My bad. I forgot to unmute the mic. Hello. Can y'all hear me now? So what I was saying is y'all must be excited because there's 180 people in here, which is a little more than average for this stream. I have a lot of subscribers, but my streams are usually not that well attended. But it's a unique day, to say the least. How's everybody feeling? Seems like a lot of people are online right now. I had to get off Twitter. I mean, the general idea on Twitter was kind of jovial, at least on my neck of the woods. But there's always those little voices that just want to be shitty, and that just seems to always happen on Twitter, at least in the network that I've built on Twitter. I need to like unfollow everybody and like start over. Oh, looks like we broke 200. Anyway, welcome to my stream. I normally stream on Monday and Friday, but I did not stream yesterday or Monday, mainly because I was working on my video, which I just came out with the video. If you haven't seen it yet, it has nothing to do with the election or any of this stuff, but it's a thing, and I think it's pretty good, so you might want to watch it. But I figured now's as good as time as any to stream because, like I said, it's a unique day. I think it's a good day. Yeah, we do have to keep in mind that Trump is still the president until January, and it seems very unlikely that he's ever going to concede. So really the only thing that we can hope for is that just all of these lawsuits just get thrown out, and the Republican Party, like the party basically has to concede. If the party stops supporting him, then he's just going to be left alone, you know, flailing in the darkness. Yeah, and I think that's likely. But Trump is still the president for the next 2 months, so who knows what he's gonna do. I assume he's probably gonna continue to claim that he's won. Like he's a person that just he's just like, he lacks the ability, like he may literally cognitively lack the ability to admit that he has lost at something, that he failed. He just can't do it. But nevertheless, it's still a good day. And as many people have said, you know, obviously there's still work to do, as there always is. I don't think there's ever not going to be work to do. But I think that with this president, we've taken like 10 steps back, and we've finally started to set the course in the right direction. At least for now. You know, I thought we were doing that with Obama. So And the thing is, you know, the attitudes and the animosity that has been stoked is not just going to disappear overnight. I think that with good leadership, it can be tempered a little bit, but we'll see what happens. But I don't want this stream to be like sobering or sad, because I think today is a day to be hopeful. Like, it is a good thing that Trump lost the election. That is a good thing. And anyone that is framing it like anything other than a good thing, I think can just kind of fuck right off. Biden's policies are very much pro foreign intervention. I mean, probably. I mean, I'd have to look into that, but that's kind of, Democrats are generally pretty into that. And that's kind of one of the main problems I have with Democrats. But I do think that the progressive movement in America is stronger than it's ever been, and it's going to constantly put pressure on Biden. So we'll see. EG Productions, thank you for the 5. Sorry, I don't know if that's how that's said, but thank you for the 5. Love you too, 1J. I appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Sean Parker, thank you for the $5 Canadian. Really appreciate your channel, your balanced approach right now. Thank you very much. I think you're just being semantic. Less bad is the same thing as good, and something can be necessary and good at the same time. It's just like a half full versus half empty kind of thing. Zane, thank you for the 5. You said in your recent vid your mom is from Panama. Did she speak Spanish to you? Not really. Unfortunately, I was never taught Spanish growing up. I think it's one of those things where my parents wanted me to grow up American just to like make it easier on us. They wanted to be as American as possible. But I know like a little bit of Spanish. I can't really speak it very well, but I've been actually recently, since the pandemic, I've been spending a lot of time studying Spanish. I actually did a stream once where I practiced Spanish using Duolingo. I might do that again. Yeah, I mean, I think this is the time, like, I think that Joe Biden, if it's shown that progressive people want progressive change and people are loud enough about it, I think Joe Biden will listen, because I think he already has. If you compare Joe Biden now to Joe Biden 2008, he's like way left of that person. It's just that Joe Biden didn't have to move any further left, obviously, because he's going to be the president. So he didn't have to move further left. So we have to make it so that he has to in order to keep support. And that that might not happen. I think what a lot of people don't realize is most Americans are liberal progressives. Most Americans are not moderate, but most Americans are not super radical leftists. And as long as that's the case, people like Joe Biden never have to be super progressive. But I think that the society is progressive, and I think society is more progressive than Joe Biden, and I think there are things that we can push him on, and I think that society becomes more and more progressive and moves more and more left over time. I don't know that there's probably a like upper limit of how far that's gonna go, but we'll see. I don't think that most Americans are centrist. I think most Americans are left of center. Shalimar Bakari, thank you for the $9.99. Have a great day, dude. Love your content. You also have a great day. I appreciate that. Caroline Taylor, thank you for the 5. Anyone else going to sleep better tonight? I feel like I can breathe again. I think that this is sort of a moment of I don't know. It is a moment where you can step back and just be like, well, we finally we got through this dude. We got through this terrible dude. Some of us, at least. What? Well, I think the center has moved right over time, but I don't know. When it comes to these labels and when it comes to these conversations, what I realize is that everyone has a different idea of what even counts as left or center or right. Article, thank you for the 5. Biden will be one term based on his age. It'll be good for reestablishing norms, reality. Hope we can shift the Overton window to neolib versus progressive. Yeah, I think that's sort of the idea. Hopefully we can do that. I don't know. I don't like to speculate about people's age and people's health. Well, left of center, I don't know what people mean. I don't know what you mean by leftist, but left of center and leftist to me are like two completely different things. Luna, thank you for the 5. Just want to say I love your stream title. I appreciate it. I wouldn't be surprised if Pence is already fucking packing his things up or not packing his things up, but he's deleted Trump from his phone probably already. I just, in general, progressive values, I think most Americans agree with just the basic progressive values, which is, you know, which I would consider left of center. Most Americans are socially progressive. Most Americans believe that rich people should pay more taxes than poor people. You know, stuff like that. In almost every poll about every issue, the more progressive option has more support in America. Yeah, I mean, it should definitely not be understated that we also have a first woman vice president, first black vice president versus first black woman vice president, and also she also has South Asian heritage, right? Is that right? And I honestly think I haven't seen too many people talking about this, but I think that Biden picking Kamala Harris as his vice president was like absolute genius. I think that contributed to his win in part. Most black men supported Biden, but overall Democrats have been losing black male support since 2008. Died famous, thank you for the $9.99. Thanks for what you do. Natty Ice won't slow you down. This is not endorsement of Natty Ice. Yeah, I don't have any champagne, so I'm just celebrating with Natty Ice because that's what I have. It's cheap. I don't know. I think that black people have got more and more disillusioned with the Democratic Party just because they've just been sort of paying lip service to black people for forever and really not doing anything to actually help the black community. In fact, the Democrats have done a lot to hurt the black community, and I think people started to realize over the years. But now with this whole sort of police brutality and Black Lives Matter movement, the Democrats are starting to pay lip service again, but we're going to see what's going to actually happen with that, especially now that we have like an actual black person, you know, at the highest levels of government. It seems a little more real these days. I'm definitely worried about what Trump's going to do for the next 2 months. I sincerely hope he doesn't do anything wild, like, you know, some people talk about he has the nuclear codes, like, who knows? I'm more so thinking he might, you know how he told the fucking Proud Boys to stand by? He might be like, he might get on TV and be like, okay, it's time to ride out. You know, he might do some shit like that. Domino Mass, thank you for the $20. What would you say is your number one hope for what we can get out of Biden? Well, the number one thing that I want out of Biden that I think is realistic is some sort of healthcare plan, some sort of, if not free, then actually affordable universal healthcare plan. To me, it like. This is like the number one thing Democrats have to do right now. Like, there's a lot of other things that maybe that's not the number. Like right now, I think the number one thing is dealing with COVID, and I think Trump did that like horrendously. So I think that's probably really the number one thing. That's the number one, most immediate thing. But I think the number one thing, like in a vacuum, I think is healthcare. And obviously Joe Biden is not a fan of single payer healthcare, but if he finds a way to make affordable healthcare, universal affordable healthcare, then I'll fucking take it. Hey man, showed your channel to a girl I like, now we're dating. Thanks. Yo, that's what's up. Heather the boss, what's up, Heather? Thank you for the 5. How's it going? Heather's the homie. My biggest hope with Biden is that people will calm down, depolarize a bit. Do you think that's possible? I do think it's possible. It's hard though, because the flames of hate and I don't know, I hate the word division. It seems corny to me, but there's obviously animosity, and those flames have been stoked, and to be honest, they have been they've been stoked even before Trump. In fact, I think it's part of how we got Trump, is because those flames of animosity and fear and hate have been stoked. But I do think it's possible to calm people down, especially if you can tangibly make people's lives better. Like I don't know, I don't think Joe Biden can just like do something like flip a switch and end COVID or something. But let's say Joe Biden comes in and allocates a lot of resources and actually like tangibly improves the COVID situation. I feel like you can't deny that, even if you're a Republican. Or like if Joe Biden comes in and makes your healthcare cheaper, like you can't really deny that. Things like that. I don't know if that's going to happen, but just as an example. And then just the attitude, like when you realize, I don't know, like when you see someone on TV and you see that it's just like kind of like a nice old man on TV, like you got to be like a real, like just a real asshole to just be mad, just sit there and be mad at this like nice old man on TV. And that's not even just conservatives, that's also leftists. But yeah, I think it's possible, but I do think it's going to be hard. And I honestly don't know if Joe Biden is up to the task. Like he keeps talking about, you know, I want to be the president of the whole United States. I'm the president. I'm not just the president of Democrats. Same shit Obama said. And Obama sort of reaching across the aisle was a bit of not a disaster, but it didn't work. Now, to be fair, Joe Biden is Joe Biden is a white man, which I think is relevant. I think that will cause Republicans to take him more seriously than they did Obama, unfortunately. I truly think that's true. But the Republicans have shown that they don't give a shit about playing by the rules or any of that shit. So, you know, they're not interested in reaching across the aisle. Recently discovered, thank you for the 10. Setting aside the limitations of the Senate, what response would you like to see this summer's BLM protest? What do you stand on reform versus defund versus abolish? I'm the type of person where it's like we need to do something rather than nothing. If the only thing we can get done is reform, then let's do it. But I mean, I like the idea of the problem with all of those terms. The problem with defund, abolish, the problem is you have to say more after. You can't just say abolish the police, because you have to explain what you mean by that, and you have to explain, okay, then what? You mean just no police? What's that mean? Then who enforces the law, things of that nature. You have to talk more. So these terms are weird, and I kind of prefer to speak more specifically. But I 100% agree with the idea that the police deal with way too many things that they're not trained to deal with. And I completely think I'm completely down with removing, reallocating the funds that they are granted to do that shit and use it for other organizations and other groups that are trained to deal with certain things, like, you know, like mental health, like animal issues, like, you know, domestic issues. Like, why the police doesn't need to deal with all that, and that's why a lot of trouble happens, because they don't know what the fuck they're doing, so the only thing they're trained to do is shoot people. Killing 470, thank you for the $9.99. People will dislike the job Biden is doing because he won't be constantly boasting on TV and Twitter. People will dislike it. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be weird because, I mean, part of the Trump strategy was, I mean, it's basically propaganda. It's like, you know, if he says he's smart, then he must be smart. If he says every single day that he's the smartest person in the world and everything he does is right and everyone who disagrees with him is evil and hates America, I guess that's true. I mean, that's like part of his strategy, and I doubt that Biden's going to be using that strategy. I'm really excited to see what next year is in store with our new president. It's not Bernie, but hey, it's a start. I agree. I think it is a start, and it's not the worst start ever. Like, I get the online left is really obnoxious sometimes, and well, first of all, this idea that liberals are as bad as fascists, or that Democrats are as bad as Republicans, and it's just like out of touch with reality if you're progressive in any way. But then Joe Biden, who is basically a left of center politician, I mean, possibly center. Like I said, a lot of these terms have different meanings depending on who you are. But he's definitely left of Hillary Clinton, who a lot of these people supported last time. He's left of a lot of the other candidates who ran, like arguably Klobuchar and I forgot the other guy's name. The guy that, I don't know. But yeah. So I don't think it's the worst start anyway. Zoltdush, hey, can I get a shout to my wife Rashonda? It's her first time listening. Also, she rolled her eyes on your cops training comments. Lol. Hello, Rashonda. Thank you for the 5. I don't know what the rolling the eyes means, but yeah. It's just not, you know, if you just look at the history of anything the Democrats and the Republicans have done, especially as of late, and you say that they're equally as bad, I think you're just lying, or you just don't know what you're talking about, because it's just not even, it's not even a little bit close. This isn't to say that Democrats are perfect. In fact, I think the Democrats have a lot of problems, but the Republicans, it's just not even close. Saying roster, thank you for the 2. Do you think Obama will speak more in small roles? Well, doesn't he kind of already do that? Maybe he'll speak more, I'm not sure. Are you disappointing your fellow citizens that the election was as close as it was? Like, the result is cool. Biden won, but I'd be worried about all these millions of people still voting Trump. Well, for one, it wasn't that close. Joe Biden, I think, currently has about 4 million more votes than Trump, and he is poised to basically destroy him in the electoral college as well. So it wasn't that close. However, that's still about, you know, 46, 47% who voted for Trump, and that's a lot. That's definitely a lot of people. But the problem, and maybe this is just something that white people were unaware of, we already knew that these people were there. We kind of already knew that, so it's not that surprising. I do think it's surprising, like all of the sort of like terrible sort of conservative viewpoints and xenophobia and racism, all that stuff I feel like is not surprising. It is surprising that so many people like him as a person, because to me he just seems to be thoroughly an awful human being. Has no poise or tact. He's cringy. He's an asshole. He lies all of the time. He's a narcissist. Like it's weird to me that kind of person is so popular for this particular office of the president. That part is kind of surprising to me. But all of like the racism and the sexism and the, you know, tax cuts for the rich and all that shit, that's not surprising to me. We already knew that there were millions of people in the country that were into that. Yeah, I think Biden's up 4 million plus in the popular vote. One thing that's been confusing about these results is the proportion of non-black POC supporting Trump. I guess it speaks to an old video of yours addressing how different cultures perceive race. Yeah, I mean, I tweeted a great, I think it was a TikTok video of a Latina woman explaining why some Latin American people support Trump. Oh shit, I'm burping, it's the beer. But a lot of it is or basically the way that the person explained it was, a lot of it is just like it's almost like this internalized distrust of your own community. You're like, we're upstanding citizens, we're good Americans, we're just like the white people. I don't know why the rest of our community can't get it together, but we deserve some of the good stuff that everyone else is getting. You know, we're not like all those other people. It's sort of that sort of thing. And also, a lot of people of color are very, very religious. And this is something that I realized, that I only realized recently, actually, is like a lot of, especially like Christian people, they understand that Trump is a shitty person, but they don't care because they think that he's the more Christian person. They think that or at least that he's going to enact the more Christian policies. They care about, they think that him being president is going to result in a more Christian America, which might be true, to be honest. Even though I truly don't believe that Trump gives a shit about Christianity or any religion, but they believe that he's going to result in a more Christian country. So they overlook all of the negative aspects of him as a person, and that's something that I realized recently. So it's like it doesn't matter to them when you point out, it's like, oh, Trump said this, Trump did this. It's like they don't care because they believe that it's the ends justify the means. Sorry. I need like a new I forget, like a mount for my mic. It keeps fucking up. Will there be a reform of the election system under the Biden administration? Almost certainly not. Biden literally just won using this election system, so I think he's probably happy with it. I think this is the thing a lot of people realize is Democrats are into the electoral college and shit too. I mean, it benefits them as well. Oh yeah, someone asked earlier what the music is. This is actually a playlist of I believe copyright free music. It's created by Harris Heller, who is a streamer. It's a really good service that he created for streamers to just have copyright free music, because I've had a lot of issues with getting content ID copyright warnings on my streams, and not even from playing. It's not like I'm playing fucking Wu-Tang or something. Like, just anytime I play something that has like a minor sample from another song, I get like a content ID warning. So a streamer called Harris Heller made a playlist called Stream Beats, which has copyright free music, and it's dope. It's like lo-fi stuff. I am gonna work on getting some original music for my stream, because my brother is a musician, he's a producer, so he's gonna help me with that. But I've just had a lot of issues with content ID. But yeah, there's no doubt that America is still a divided country, and I don't think that's going to change. The right wing have amped up the propaganda over the last 10 or so years, and I don't think that's going to stop. And even the right wing on non-traditional media like YouTube, Twitter, stuff like that, they've stepped up their game as well. But it's possible that propaganda is becoming less effective, and maybe that is part of the reason why Trump has lost a lot of his support. Well, I don't think Trump has really lost a lot of his support, but Joe Biden flipped like 3 or 4 states, which I don't think anyone expected. Do I think Twitter will ban Trump now? It's likely, unless Trump finds a way to keep himself relevant enough to where Twitter thinks his tweets are newsworthy. Zoltdush, thank you for the 5. Thank you. She said she didn't roll her eyes, but agrees with you about cops having crappy training. Where does the left go from here? I don't think we go anywhere. I think the left just continues to do what it's doing. I think the main thing is people understand that you don't stop now. This means you just keep going. Keep protesting police brutality. Keep mobilizing. Keep pushing for change. Keep putting pressure on the highest levels of government. Don't stop. I think that's the main thing. Like, I think it's okay to relax for a week. I think that this is a victory, and I think that this is a victory for all of the people who have been protesting and mobilizing and organizing. So if they want to take like a couple weeks off just to relax and celebrate their victory, I think that's fine. But make sure you get back to work. Communism just took over America. Freedom is gone. Not sure if serious. Brunch is still canceled. People think Joe Biden is a communist or Kamala Harris is a communist because of right-wing propaganda from places like Fox News and talk radio and shit like that. That's exactly why. Right wing. That's hard for me to say. Right wing propaganda has been very, very successful, I think, over the past 10 years. Domino Mass, thank you for the 20. Hope you get yourself some delicious takeout and celebrate. You've been a really great follow for the last couple years, and I really appreciate it. Thanks, Skyrim. Well, thank you for the kind words, and thanks for dropping by the stream. Saying Biden is bad in the same way as Trump is like saying a parking ticket is the same as manslaughter. I agree with that. I think there's this well, what I've realized, well, I don't want to like use Twitter as an example of any movement as a whole, because I think Twitter truly brings out the best, it brings out the worst in people. But what I've learned from interacting with people is a lot of left-wing people think that anything that isn't leftism is fascism. And obviously I don't support that kind of weird dichotomy and weird one-dimensional thinking. Like, you know, there's a lot of people, like, I don't know, people were like, yeah, Trump's a fascist, but, you know, Biden is a light fascist. And I was like, what, I mean, what do you think fascism is? And it seems to be that fascism is just anything that isn't leftism. Anarcho-Bidenism. I really hope Biden goes on stage and talks about anarcho-Bidenism. It is exactly the same as how conservatives think that anything that isn't conservatism is socialism. It's exactly the same argument. And it's so weird to me when leftists don't realize that they are using the exact same rhetorical nonsense that conservatives use. Anarcho-Bidenism is a Vaush meme. I feel you. Well, why did I walk away for 2 minutes and came back to the words anarcho-Bidenism? I think we've already seen this, but there's a documentary called The Brainwashing of My Dad, where they talk about how Fox News used focus groups to persuade opinion on policy. I haven't seen that documentary, but I did read an article about that. It was something about it was just something about how Fox News basically transformed a generation, like over the course of a few years. It's pretty wild. Do I watch Vaush? Not really. I don't think I'm the target audience for Vaush. Which I don't mean as like an insult or anything. It seems like Vaush is trying to reach like young, edgy white dudes and turn them into leftists. And A, I'm not a young, edgy white dude, and B, I'm not like super interested in being converted into a leftist. So, but I respect Vaush. I think he's super smart. I think he's one of the only left-wing people on the internet that is like good at like debating people, which I think is, I've said many times, I think more people need to do that, because most people are bad at it. But I don't think I'm his target audience. is narcissistic sociopath the same as fascist? I think Trump would choose socialism if he thought it would gain him wealth and glory. Yeah, but the thing is, it wouldn't gain him wealth and glory, so he wouldn't choose it. I think that I understand what you mean. I don't think that Trump is like consciously a fascist in the same way that fucking Mussolini was, but fascism is what gets him wealth and glory, and so that's why he goes along with those things. Bosch's method of debating is basically talking fast and with huge unwanted confidence. Maybe unwarranted is what you meant. Possibly. I don't know if that's totally fair, but even if that's true, it works. And if your goal is to get people to come to your side, you do what works. Boss is the destiny as T1J is the contrapoints. Change my mind. I don't even really understand what that means. What makes Trump a fascist? Well, we have to think about what defines fascism. And over time that has become kind of vague because people, apparently everyone's a fascist now. But I think that there are some things that we can solidly say are characterized, or that characterize fascism. Authoritarianism is obviously like one of them. Obviously not all authoritarians are fascists, but probably all fascists are authoritarians. There's basically the idea, fascists almost always stoke a fear of some other segment of society. Fascists almost always stoke mistrust of the media and the press. Fascists are generally about basically like whatever the state does and says is right, and anyone who disagrees with it is a traitor or hates the country. I think those are standard. I don't think those are even controversial, and I think they also all apply to Trump. There's usually some sort of like racism or ethnic nationalism involved. So yeah, you know, this is just off the top of my head. I think someone mentioned it. The 15 indicators of fascism. If you look at that list, just like Wikipedia, the 15 indicators. If you look at that list, they all apply to Trump pretty much. Hypernationalism, leader cult, marriage of corporate and government interests, false bravado, and appeal to strongman authoritarianism. How damaging do you think are Kyle Kalinske, Jimmy Dore types who encourage not voting and consider Trump and Biden to be just as bad? I don't know if I want to talk about how dangerous they are, but I definitely don't think that's good. Or I don't agree with it. I'll just say that. In terms of who's dangerous is the far right. I think that's who's dangerous. Some dudes on YouTube with a couple 100,000 subscribers who say a bunch of weird stuff. I don't know if that counts as dangerous. It might be dangerous, but I don't really want to speculate on that. But I will say I disagree with it 100%. We've just shown that voting matters. we removed a terrible president through the process of voting. So voting works. Ninpin, thank you for, I don't know what SDK is. What is that? Swedish krona. Thank you for the 50 Swedish krona. And I don't, when people say stuff like Biden is the same as Trump, or Biden is just as bad as Trump, it's hard for me. To me, that's just like saying 2 + 2 is 5. It's hard for me to respond to that because it's so obviously false. Like, what do you say to someone who says 2 + 2 is 5? You can say nah, but then they can be like, yeah, huh? And then what? Where do you go from there? Do you think far left are not dangerous? No, not really. At least not anywhere near it in the same way as the far right. It's not even close. They're annoying, for sure, or they can be annoying. But they're not the ones, you know. They're not the ones walking in churches murdering people. Not the ones bombing places. They're not the ones actively trying to undermine the American democracy. You know, that's definitely the far right. And I do think that it is close. I think it's more accurate to say that Trump is a proto-fascist rather than a fascist, because if he was a fascist, that would sort of imply that he already had the authoritarian power that he desires, but he clearly doesn't. But you know, it's calling him a fascist is kind of shorthand, and it gets the point across. But like Joe Biden wasn't my ideal candidate either. Like, don't get me wrong, but honestly, if Howie Hawkins was on my ballot in Alabama, I probably would have voted for him. But I live in Alabama, so it doesn't matter. Maybe if I lived in a swing state. I mean, almost certainly if I lived in a swing state, I would have voted for Biden. But the choices on my ballot were Joe Biden, Donald Trump, and Joe Jorgensen. Is it Jorgensen or Jorgensen? Of those choices, the choice was clear. Like, it's no brainer. Killian O'Malley, thank you for the £5. What are your thoughts on Biden's foreign policy, especially in the Middle East with Israel and Saudi Arabia? Well, I'm not like super caught up on the specifics of his foreign policy, but I know like historically him and just the Democratic Party in general has pretty shit foreign policy, generally pretty pro-war, generally pretty interventionist, and I strongly disagree with that. That's one of my biggest problems with Democrats. But I have to look in to see what he actually wants to do. Do I think AOC will run for president? I don't know. It's hard to say. But I think she's cool, and I think that I agree with a lot of stuff on her, but I couldn't really tell you until she actually did it, and then she had a platform, and I took a look at that platform. I would say if her presidential platform is like the same as her current policy positions, I think that she would be a strong favorite for me. I mostly voted for Harris, so Biden comes on the side for me. I think that's fair. I mean, I think everyone gets to vote for whatever reason they want to vote for. That's the right that we all have. Will AOC even be old enough by next election? I don't think so. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it was specified next election. Oh, she will be 35? I wasn't sure if she was like 28 or 29. If there's an age men to be president, there should be a max age. Everyone says that, but why? And also, why should there be an age minimum? But why does that follow? People say that like it's common sense, but why does that follow? I'm just interested. I didn't say that the radical left could not be dangerous. I said that they are not currently, which they aren't. In what way are they? What do they do? Especially when compared to the far right. This is another one of those things. It's like, it's just so out of touch with reality. It's like, what are you even talking about? Are you paying attention? I think the argument is that you have to be a certain age for cognitive reasons. The cognitive strength is gone at a certain age as well. Well, I mean, that's just kind of ages. The idea that because you're 70, you've lost your cognitive function is, it's not true of everyone. In the same way that you're only smart enough to be the president if you're 35 or older is also not true of everyone. I don't think that I would want an 18-year-old to be the president, but I mean, what about like a 30-year-old? I mean, I agree that a 70-year-old isn't representative of the population, but I don't think that justifies an age limit. If the population wants to vote for a 70-year-old, they should be able to. And nobody's like, if Bernie Sanders was the only old guy running for president, I don't think anyone would be talking about age limits. Why not an 18-year-old? I don't think I have ever met an 18-year-old that was mature enough for something like that. And obviously that's just personal anecdotal experience, but that's the only thing that I can base my perspective on is my experience. But yeah, I don't think I've met a single 18-year-old ever. And when I was 18, I was definitely a complete dumbass. But that's just me. But, you know, I've met a lot of smart 18-year-olds. I met a lot of, like, brilliant 18-year-olds. But as far as, like, emotional maturity and just life experience, it's just not there. And anyone who is, like, currently 18, I promise you, even in, like, 3 years, much less 10 or 20 years, you're going to look back and realize how ridiculous you were when you were 18. 100%. I guarantee, I will bet you money that that happens. If I had to pick an age limit, I would probably say like 27, maybe an age minimum. That would probably be closer to what I would say. But I don't necessarily agree there needs to be an age maximum. Like, there are a lot of very competent old people. And yeah, like, there's the idea that when you've reached sort of like the average lifespan of a human, but you know, that I still don't think that disqualifies you from being the president. I mean, it is possible that any candidate is bad, regardless of their age. The idea that being old makes you more likely to be a bad candidate is ridiculous. You're just as likely to not care about climate change as you are at any age. If you don't want a bad candidate, then don't vote for a bad candidate. That's what we just have to be more informed voters and don't vote for bad people regardless of their age. Well, I think it's different because I think that it is, I mean, correct me if this is controversial, but it is more likely for a 16-year-old to be a bad president than it is for a 35-year-old to be a bad president. I don't think it's the same argument. Maybe you guys haven't hung out with that many teenagers. But they don't have it all together. And to be fair, a lot of adults don't either, but they're more likely to like know how to be people and have some experience with people in the world. But yeah, I mean, if the choice is between an age max and no age limits at all, then I would go towards no age limits, because I don't think the age matters that much. But I also don't think that most like actual children probably are mature enough to like have that much power. But yeah, just don't vote for bad people. I think that's the main thing. We should work more on informing voters than we should about setting laws about how old you should be. What's up, Alfredo? I don't know. I don't want to get too controversial here. Whenever I get accused of being ageist in the other direction sometimes, but I just think it's true that teenagers generally don't know anything and don't know what the fuck's going on. You can be very, very smart. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you can't be intelligent, but emotional intelligence is almost never there, and just life experience is almost certainly not there. And I don't know if I've ever met anyone that defies that standard. But you know, maybe you have. I don't know. Thank you, Hannah. But again, if the choice is arbitrary random age limits and no age limits, then I choose no age limits. That would be the choice. But in the same way that, you know, there's age limits for, you know, when you can buy alcohol or when you can drive a car or things like that, I think a lot of that stuff is just based on the trends that we've seen throughout society. It's like, should an 8-year-old be able to drive a car? Probably not. Should a 14-year-old be able to buy alcohol? Maybe, but mostly probably not. Should an 18-year-old be able to be the president? I don't know. And honestly, in terms of driving cars, I think the age is way too low. But again, maybe I'm just biased against teenagers. I think about myself in a lot of these things. When I was 16, why did anyone put me behind the wheel of a car when I was 16? Holy shit. The thing about voting, I think, is we have to determine, like, what is the age at which who the president is or who the senators are begins to affect you in a meaningful way. And you could argue that 18 is a decent age for that. You could argue that it's older. But at any point where who that is begins to benefit or begins to affect you in a meaningful way, I think that's when you should be able to vote. You could argue that it's lower, that it's younger than that. Like, I would be okay with hearing the argument for reducing the voting age. And maybe it shouldn't be based on age. Maybe it's like, as soon as you get a job, that's when you get to vote, or something like that, you know, I don't know. Maybe not that specifically, but, you know, some other metric. And maybe it could be like that for the president. Maybe it's not based on age. Maybe you have to, like, take some kind of cognitive test, some kind of personality test. I don't know if we have the science where that's actually useful, but you know, maybe it's something like that. Instead of just being arbitrary, maybe it is more objective. Yeah, I don't think that employment should be a requirement to vote. Just sort of musing out loud. Yeah, I definitely don't mean IQ specifically. There is a level at which cognitive ability measuring can be problematic, but psychology is a real thing. Like, it's a real field. It's not like made up stuff that's designed to oppress people. What's up, Ethan? I'm doing well. Yeah, I mean, I think that any field has to modernize and rethink what they're doing. But I also don't like when people want to sort of dismiss an entire field because it doesn't like get them the results that they think are like, you know, woke. We live in a society. Do you think something serious is going to happen from Trump's refusal to accept the election's results? Well, I just watched a video. I don't know if you guys have seen this. Van Jones did a TED Talk a couple months ago, or maybe last month, about what might happen if someone refuses to concede the election. Because apparently, if Trump pushes hard enough and he has enough support from his party, he can just drag this out and he can basically sort of like deadlock the whole thing and just continue to do lawsuits and all this other stuff. And apparently he can bring it to the point where he can call for the House of Representatives to actually decide the election, and that vote would override the Electoral College results. I don't know the details of it. Like it was just like a 15-minute talk, but apparently that's a thing that can happen. I think Trump is a very good example of an adult with very little maturity and emotional intelligence. I can maybe play. Well, see, man, YouTube is different than Twitch. I can't like react to things live because I literally might get, the stream could literally get taken down for copyright. That doesn't happen on Twitch. So on Twitch they can actually like do like live reactions to videos. I could play that Van Jones video, but I don't know if it'll copyright strike me. But it's a TED Talk by Van Jones. Y'all can look it up. I can maybe like link it, but it's like 15 minutes long. I don't know exactly how much of what he says is accurate. I haven't like checked on it, but I mean, I like Van Jones. I don't expect him to just like make shit up most of the time. But I think that the solution to a lot of these problems that are being brought up is simply we just have to have a more informed voter public. The public at large, we have to recalibrate our bullshit detectors. We've gotten really bad at detecting bullshit, and that's not just the right. I think that's everybody. Social media is bad. We are way too driven by fucking outrage and emotion, and I think that affects our politics. A lot of us don't make sure that we know what the hell we're talking about before we speak and before we vote, before we do anything. And I think that'll solve a lot of our problems if we can do that. And I mean, in my small corner of the internet, that's one of the things that I hope to encourage people to do. I know I only have a limited influence, but hopefully I can encourage more thoughtfulness and critical thinking and compassion, things of that nature. We need to get better at having conversations with people who disagree. I 100% agree with that. And that's one of the issues, is even just saying that makes people mad. Like literally just saying that sentence, people will get mad at you. And that's a problem that we need to fix for sure. And again, that's one of the things, if anyone who has watched my videos for an extended period of time or watched my streams know that that's one of my biggest things. It's all about compassion. It's about treating people like people. It's about holding people to the same standards that you hold yourself. It's about meeting people where they're at. It's about understanding that this is not a Marvel movie. This is real life. There are not heroes and villains. There's not, you know, most human beings. There may be a couple, but most people in the world are not just evil monsters that just want to hurt people for no reason. Most people are just trying to figure things out and trying to make it. And sometimes their actions might result in harm to people. But if we just go around calling them evil and refusing to acknowledge their humanity, those people will never understand what's going on, nor will they have any incentive to ever change. And we also have to realize, it's also about realizing that we aren't perfect either. None of us are experts. None of us are perfect. We all fuck up. We're all problematic. None of us are fucking saints. And so none of us should be proclaiming this sort of moral superiority over other people. Like, you know, none of us have the right to do that either. So. Yeah, I mean, social media algorithms are definitely the problem. It's the algorithms that reward outrage and division. It's the algorithms are like, I don't think it's programmed into like Twitter or YouTube. I don't think they typed in the most outrageous and controversial stuff. We're gonna boost that, but the most outrageous and controversial stuff is usually the stuff that gets engaged with the most. And that's based on psychology, which we talked about before. Psychology is a real thing. That's based on psychology, which that's the shit that our brains react to. The outrageous stuff. That's the stuff that we want to respond to. And because we engage with it so much, it gets rewarded in the algorithm and it gets shared a million times. And then next thing we know, that's all anybody sees on social media. Are there any issues that you lean more conservative on? I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, it depends on what you think is conservative. Like, some people call me a fucking like, well, I don't know if people call me a conservative, but some people call me fucking neoliberal. Some people call me fucking centrist, fucking capitalist. I don't know. So maybe, I don't know. It depends on what you think is conservative. I don't think that I have any conservative views. I like capitalist competitive markets. Some people think that's right wing. I don't really perceive it that way, but is civil Twitter even possible? Possible. I don't know. I've talked about this in a video, but I wonder what would happen if Twitter just made it against the rules to be an asshole. Obviously a lot of people would complain about free speech. But I wonder, like, I always use the example of my Discord which I do have. I have a Discord. If you guys are into that, you can join the Discord. It's super chill community. Just go to theonejanitor.com/Discord. But on my Discord, and obviously my Discord is very small compared to something like Twitter, so it may not work at scale. But on my Discord, it's against the rules to be an asshole. It's against the rules to be a troll. If you're on there like being a dick, you'll get banned. You'll get kicked pretty quickly. And as a result, my Discord is super fucking chill. Very, very rarely is there any nonsense. And I wonder what would happen if they tried that at scale. I'm not saying they should, but I just wonder what would happen. Like, I would like to see like a large platform try that. Are there any conservative YouTubers whose content you enjoy? If you mean YouTubers who make YouTube videos about conservative politics, in favor of conservative politics, probably not. Not that I can think of, because I kind of think conservative politics is naturally unappealing to me. They would have to hire so many moderators, though. I mean, that's true. I mean, I think a lot of it would have to be based on reporting like it already is. But the problem is, someone on Twitter can literally fucking send you a death threat and you report them and nothing happens to them. Someone can just be a huge dick to you and you report them and nothing happens to them. So what if something did happen to them? If your comment or question was blocked, it's because the YouTube their thing, they do like comment moderation if they perceive that like maybe was there like a swear word in it, or does it have a link in it? Another example is Reddit. Reddit used to allow a lot of fucking nonsense on their site, and then they finally stepped up and like, actually, let's delete all these racist subreddits. Let's do that. So what if more platforms did stuff like that? Not that it's like illegal to be, or it's against the rules to be mean on Reddit, but if I had to choose between Jesse Ventura or Bernie Sanders, I actually don't know anything about Jesse Ventura's politics. But yeah, I don't know. However, if you're using YouTube and you go to the top where the arrow is in the chat and change it from top chat to live chat, it should show all of the comments. But it does, yeah, it'll like filter out stuff that has like swear words sometimes, or links or things that it thinks are spam. And I don't think I can turn it off. I would turn it off if I could, but I don't know how to. I don't think you can. Do I consider myself far left? No. I don't know. I think, again, a lot of these terms, it just depends on who you are. But I think that at least one of the characteristics of what I would consider far left is being anti-capitalism, and I am not totally anti-capitalism, so I think that alone disqualifies me from that. Could you be convinced to support some form of socialism if rational empirical arguments were sound? Yeah, sure. Are we sure Donald has lost? Well, he has lost, but again, as I was saying before, if he just refuses to concede the election, it could get pretty messy. And either I think what we do have to look forward to, though, is I do think the Republican Party is eventually going to drop him and just move on. I think the only issue is if the Republican Party continues to support Trump, then it could get pretty messy. But I don't think they will. Shit. Have I ever changed my opinion on an issue? Yeah. Are there people that haven't? What are the merits of capitalism in your opinion? I think that I don't know. I guess I'll see what your response is. I think this is a loaded question. I kind of anticipate the responses that people will give to the answers that I give, but I'll just wait and then respond later. I like competitive markets. I think that competitive markets drive innovation. Obviously, they need to be regulated. I also like the idea of true meritocracy, which I acknowledge that we don't actually have, but I think that people who work harder should be rewarded more. And I also think that, but I also at the same time think that if people don't want to work, they shouldn't have to. But I think that people will still work because I think people value work. And I think that people who have brilliant ideas should be rewarded for those ideas. I think that if you create a groundbreaking product that changes the world, then yeah, maybe I think it's cool if you get to be rich because of that. And in the same way, if you like bust your ass and work super hard, yeah, you deserve to be rewarded more than other people who didn't work as hard as you, or who didn't come up with the same idea as you. And just in general, I like the idea of markets. I think that it's fine for I think private ownership of businesses is fine. I think if you created a business, it's cool for you to own it. I think that's fine. I think that it makes sense for the boss to make more than the worker. I don't know, stuff like that. I'm not a socialist because, I mean, you probably typed that before I said that, but I think that I'm totally fine with private ownership of the means of production, which I think is the main thing that defines capitalism. How will you be celebrating the holiday season, distance or with family? We've discussed having, if it's depending on the weather. I live in Alabama, so you never know what the weather's going to be like, but we've discussed having sort of a distance outdoor gathering for Thanksgiving. What if workers voted on their bosses? That's fine. I'm totally fine with a mixed version of the economy. If another company wants to have a democratically run worker owned business, that's fine too. That's cool. I think both are fine. Would I say that I support the Nordic model more than socialism? Yes. That is much closer to what I would like. But I think I would even go further, probably further left than the Nordic model. Don't I think multi-billionaires are a bad thing when people are homeless or starving and have no health care? Absolutely. I'm weary of a completely worker-owned democratic workplace because Democracies without government without government solutions to certain issues can be a problem. And at least online, I have not heard any like solution to the problem of tyrannical democracies. So, for example, someone said, what if the workers voted on their bosses? What if, what if, because America as of now is a white majority country, what if because of this, all of the bosses were white and there were never any bosses of color? How does socialism deal with that problem? Obviously, we haven't done a very good job of dealing with that problem, but we theoretically could simply, and we have improved it by changing the law, and we had to change the law in spite of the majority. So that's one of my problems with that. But again, we can do both. One of the reasons I became sympathetic towards socialism was because of the disproportionate power that business owners have over our political system. Do you have any thoughts on addressing that? Yeah, I think that's the main issue with income inequality, is that people who have more money will have probably a disproportionate amount of political power. But in the kind of society that I would advocate, for one, there's not going to be billionaires. I don't think that's possible when the resources are allocated in a just way. I just don't think that's a thing that can happen. So there's just going to be less money going around, period. So the amount of money that you have to influence politics is going to be so severely diminished that I think that's going to I don't know if it's going to fix everything, but it's going to make things better. Also, they're just common sense things that we can do. We look at America as if the way that America is the only way that it could have happened. But, for example, in America, it is literally illegal to bribe it is literally legal to bribe politicians. It is legal for corporations to bribe politicians. It's legal. It's 100% legal. How about making that not legal? That's an easy first step. Tyrannic democracy, well, I mean, I think some people have explained it, but I think that the racism example is a good example. You have a job, it's worker owned, however, it's white majority. So those white people, if they happen to be racist, or not even racist, if they're like have implicit biases, they might screw over all of their non-white workers in every decision because they have the majority. The way that a system more similar to what we have now would deal with that would be by simply making something like that illegal. But if something is truly democratic, you can't do that because you would just vote for it to be legal. So that's sort of the question I have about that. Well, I mean, explain it to me. And again, this is another thing about socialism, is everyone has like their own idea of how that works, and I understand that. But if that's the case, then we need to speak more specifically and not be like, oh, I like socialism because of this. It's like, no, you don't like socialism. You like your version of socialism where everything is fixed in the way that you like it. And that's why I'm always hesitant to say that I'm like a capitalist, because that automatically puts things in people's heads, and it's almost always wrong. It's almost always not what I actually think. Eric, thank you for the 5. Would love another cooking stream, maybe with a family dish. Always love your work. I probably will do another cooking stream at some point. I have to come up with a better way to set it all up. I have a small apartment, so I don't have a lot of room to set up all my equipment to actually stream, but I'll figure it out. A democratic workplace does not exclude a larger state or a syndicate. Well, the thing that you're describing is closer to the thing that I want. So, but it's also, the thing you're describing is also a thing, and not the thing that other socialists describe. So that's why I say it seems to depend on the person. But then there are the leftists who acknowledge this problem, but their solution is that they think that socialism is going to make people just not want to be racist anymore. And that's, that's when we get to that's when I kind of start tuning out. Do I like Stephen Destiny Bunnell II? You must be a David Pakman fan. I don't know, man. Destiny's fine. Again, he's sort of like Bosch. I don't think I'm the target audience for Destiny. Oh, is that Michael Rowlands? What's up? What's up? Do you like Michael Guitar Guy Rowlands? But I've always said, listen, if we want to try something that is and I believe that it is truly a thoughtful attempt at trying to make the world better, then let's do it. Let's try. But I don't think a lot of people are doing that. Especially these days, I feel like a lot of people just kind of want to impose their will upon the rest of society and won't take anything else for an answer. And I'm not really interested in that sort of thing. Adam, thank you for the £5. Just discovered your work this week. Love your stuff. Greetings from Scotland. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the kind words. I wish Destiny didn't get into fights with all his friends. Yeah. People seem to love labeling things when the truth is most people don't easily fit into one specific label. Ask what people think about specific issues. I agree. I hate the labels. It's so cliche to be like, I don't like labels. But it's like, just ask me a specific question. I'm not sure if you already talked about this yet. What are your thoughts on about adding more justices to the Supreme Court? I don't know. The Supreme Court is a weird situation because it just seems like everyone just wants to change the rules whenever it doesn't go their way, and that's just a terrible precedent to set because as soon as the next person gets in power, they're going to change the rules. They're going to do some new stuff. I mean, we have to have some kind of standard where, and if it doesn't go our way, we have to accept it. The problem is, in America, one party is much less likely to do that than the other, so I don't know. I do think that people underestimate the Supreme Court. I do think the Supreme Court seems to be pretty like partisan, but I also think that they take their job seriously, and I don't think that they're as bad as like the Congress, where a lot like they're like super partisan and they just vote along party lines. I think the Supreme Court actually takes their job seriously. And they've made a lot of key decisions that went against what we thought they might do. So, like a thing on my screen, a little speck, but I don't know. I just think that we can't just keep changing the rules every time. That's just not. It's never gonna end. What music do I like? I mean, I like pretty much everything. I probably listen to hip hop the most, but I don't really keep up with music anymore. I'm at the age where I just listen to what I grew up listening to. I think after you get to a certain age, you stop keeping up with new music that much, and you just listen to the shit that you like when you grew up. That's why like all of our parents and stuff just listen to old music, because they've sort of given up trying to keep up with new music. There's a few, every now and then there's like new stuff that I like, but mostly I just listen to shit that I grew up with. What did I do today? This is pretty much it. I ate some food and chilled for a second and then streamed. Or I listened to August Green Commons Band. I have not actually. Labels can be useful, but Nazis were socialists shows that it's possible to co-opt them. North Korea is both democratic and republic in its name. It's not like it's either of those things. Yeah. And people can label you, which, like I was saying, how everyone calls me, not everyone, but I get called neoliberal all the time, which I don't even know what that is, to be honest. I don't know what any of this shit is. Or like, I mean, I've never like denied I was a liberal, but now when people talk about liberals, they talk about liberals as if they are fucking conservatives or fascists or evil in some way. So it's like, I guess that term's bad now. Do you think that Biden will change something positive, or do you think it's just going to be how it was with Obama, which will still be better? Yeah, I do think it'll be better, but the best way to ensure that happens is for people to keep doing work and to keep putting pressure on them. I think that it's already happened. I think that the pressures of the Progressive Party have forced Biden to take more, to move slightly more to the left than he used to be. I remember when everybody was calling themselves classical liberals. When I think of neoliberal, I think of like corporatists and warmongers, and I'm none of that. So, but maybe I got it wrong. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what the hell that is. I think a lot of people use neoliberal and liberal interchangeably. But again, I don't even know if I know what liberal means. I just assume that liberal is just basically just like a capitalist. But a capitalist doesn't necessarily mean a corporatist, and it definitely doesn't necessarily mean a warmonger. I think if there's a term that is close to what I am, I would say social democrat. That's probably the closest one. But again, I hesitate to use it because you might have things in your head now about what I believe that might not be true. But if someone calls me a social democrat, I'm not upset. Do you think a Biden presidency will actually be able to bring the country back to a calm center? Do you think the past administration has divided us too deeply? I don't know. I think it's possible, but I also think it's possible that it doesn't work. Because like I was saying earlier in the stream, right-wing propaganda is not going to stop. Fox News is not going to be like, okay, we're done, we give up. They're not. Ben Shapiro's not gonna stop. So it's going to take some kind of countermeasure to deal with that. And I do think it's possible because I think we've seen it. We've seen a microcosm of it here on YouTube. I don't know if y'all remember fucking like 2010 through 2014, but YouTube was a fucking shitlord playground. It wasn't necessarily right-wing people, but it was right-wing ideas that dominated the political conversation on this platform. All right, Michael, thanks for stopping by. Actually, and Michael was a big part of that conversation and a big part of changing the narrative. But yeah, people stepped up. First, it was sort of like it was people like, I don't know, like Steve Shives, Michael, Cat Black, even like Lacey Green, Francesca Ramsey. Those people started to push back and be like, hey, that shit's weird. That's not what we should be talking about. And then we saw people start to really move forward. People like ContraPoints, H Bomber Guy, Sean, and then even people like Three Arrows, Philosophy Tube. So we saw that with the right discourse, people can change the conversation. People can change the narrative. And again, that's just a small microcosm. I'm not saying YouTube is like fixed now, but you cannot deny that people are more thoughtful now. I don't know if people are less combative, but I think people are thinking about these things in a more nuanced way than they were in 2012. So it's possible if with the right narrative. I don't think Biden can do it by himself. But I think with good leadership, he can encourage people to do it. I don't know. We'll see what happens. And some people aren't interested. That's the thing. Some people aren't interested in moving, in bringing people together. And that's another thing that you have to contend with. Some people on the left are not interested in that. But I don't know if that works. I don't know if that strategy works, where you say, fuck everybody else. I'm just going to do my thing. And I refuse to work with anybody who isn't already on board with my thing. I don't think that works. I don't think that practically works. Until H-Bomb guy started criticizing Sherlock, YouTube was fascist. Is Shapiro still relevant? I would say he is. What's up, Parker? I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. I will return shortly. BRB. We're back. Hannah, thank you for the 5. Adam Murray became a homie. Thank you for becoming a homie. Thank you for supporting the channel and supporting the stream. I'll do a cooking stream. That'll probably be my next goal. If you see I have a homies goal, we're almost at 100. I plan to do a Bishop cosplay, Bishop from the X-Men, particularly Bishop from the movie X-Men Days of Future Past. Once we hit 100, I'll start working on putting that cosplay together. And then probably the next goal, maybe 150. That'll be the next cooking stream. T1J, are you buddies with any YouTubers? I mean, I'm friendly with a lot of YouTubers. I think in terms of like people that I'm like close friends with, not really, but you know, I'm friendly with a lot of people. My friend Heather was in here earlier. She's the homie. One of the few YouTubers that I've met in real life. But you know, I mean, I'm friendly with people, but as for like friends that I like speak to a lot currently, not really. At least not anyone that you would know. The combination of chill music and purple lighting is really soothing. Well, I'm glad. That's what I'm going for. Do I have any thoughts on Jefferson County politics and what you'd like to see my local Birmingham politicians do if you get whatever you want? I don't know. It's somewhat complicated. Jefferson County is weird because it's like right in the middle of Alabama, but Jefferson County is a more of a bluish area surrounded by a red state. But there's still like a lot of like corruption and shit within Birmingham politicians, so I just kind of wish there was like more of a focus on it's just like very sort of elitist and corrupt, I think, and they don't really focus enough on the actual people of the community and what people actually want. It's just like a bunch of people in a room deciding shit for themselves. I feel like they don't really listen to the people that much. And as for what the people actually want, I'm not sure. But you know, I think there needs to be much better education, much better just like infrastructure. I don't know if you've ever been through Birmingham. Fucking, it's like the roads are terrible. There's like potholes every fucking where. Only in like certain communities have they like started fixing things like that. It's just like basic city stuff that I think needs to be fixed. They just haven't put any effort in really like making Birmingham like a real city. What up, Film Radar? I've been celebrating by streaming and drinking shitty beer. That's all I've done today. I was on Twitter for a little bit, but Twitter got a little bit too much. I don't know. I just feel like this is a time. This is a time to just take a deep breath and celebrate a victory, regardless of whether you think that Biden was the best guy. I think this is still good, and I think this should still be considered a victory, and I think people deserve to celebrate it. And there were just a lot of people that were fucking yucking my yums on Twitter, and even there's a couple like fucking naysayers in the chat here, but overall I think it's pretty fine. Do you think the New York Times used big enough text? I didn't see their headline. I did see the CNN though. They used pretty big text. Biden wins. Oh, you're in Birmingham too? Dope. Yeah, I live in Birmingham. Yeah, going through like the main part of Birmingham is just awful. But you know, I like the city. I think there's a lot of cool people here. So was for Bernie all the way, but Trump out is undeniably massive. Absolutely. It's like one of those things. What am I thinking of? I was thinking of The Shining. You know, in The Shining, where the dude's like, "You've always been the caretaker." It feels like Trump has always been the president, and it just feels so bizarre. It's like, whoa, it's over. Probably. Who knows what the hell Trump's gonna do? They might have to drag him kicking and screaming out of the White House. I think either they're gonna drag him kicking and screaming, or he's just gonna dip. He's gonna disappear and pretend that none of this happened. I think they're gonna like interview him in 5 years, and he's gonna deny ever being the president. How am I liking Vampire the Masquerade, the Iron City campaign? Well, the first episode was amazing. But yeah, for those that don't know, I'm playing in a Vampire the Masquerade, which is a tabletop RPG. If you don't know, I'm playing in a game that's being streamed on my buddy's Twitch. And actually, the second episode is tomorrow. So I'll drop the Twitch in the chat so you guys can check that out. But yeah. If you don't know what any of that means, it's just a tabletop RPG similar to Dungeons and Dragons, except it's about vampires. That's all it is. But it's cool, it's dark, it's creepy, it's fun, and it takes place in the city of Birmingham, which is where I live, so that's pretty cool. It's twitch.tv/carryOnComfortStudio, so go give it a follow. The second episode is tomorrow night at 7 Central, I believe. And The you know, the cast of the game is really amazing. My goal is just to not bring everything down, because I have the least amount of sort of role-playing experience, so I'm still it's a learning experience for me, and they're all like so good, but hopefully I can contribute. How are you, man? Always nice to catch the stream. What's up, man? Good to see you. You have your own weekly chronicle in Las Palmas, Spain. Dope. Just be yourself, but a vampire. I'm playing a character that's slightly based on myself, but also pretty different. Playing a younger character. Apparently Trump might come to Scotland to golf after his defeat. Should we protest? I mean, I guess if you want, but I wonder if we should just ignore him now. Just move on. We got shit to do. But I mean, he's you know, he's still shitty, so let's see. Young Books. Yeah, my character's name is Books. I caught the first ep and I was like, that guy looks an awful like T1J. Yep, it was me. How many bites until you win? Ironically, biting people makes you more likely to lose. Which is kind of sad. I think I never saw a vampire with dreads. That would be kind of dope. Yeah. That's what's cool about Vampire the Masquerade. It's a unique take on vampires in the modern era. It's basically like a bunch of vampires that are like pretending to be people. It's like it kind of reminds me of like Harry Potter, except with vampires. It's like a hidden vampire society. But, you know, when they're in regular society, they have to pretend to be normal people. What clan am I playing? Playing Gangrel. I guess I can reveal that now since the episode has aired. Yeah, the Twilight vampire has dreads, and many people have told me that I look like that guy. I don't know if it's just because we're both black dudes with dreads, or... I mean, I could kind of see it, but also, are you just saying that because we're both black dudes with dreads? Is Trump currently having a big meltdown on Twitter? I will say that people make fun of the Twilight vampires for being too sexy, but Vampire the Masquerade can get pretty sexy too. Hello, Desdemona. Thank you for joining the homies. Thank you for supporting the channel and supporting the stream. We're getting close to that 100 goal. If you want to get into Vampire the Masquerade, I mean watch our game, but I also suggest watching LA by Night. That's sort of like the big one that everyone knows. That's the one that gets a lot of people into the game. It's very well performed. It's a great show. show. Hold on. There's like videos, just a bunch of videos on Twitter of people celebrating in the streets. Wait, it updated. Hold on, wait, you can't see it. There's people going wild. Oh, they're celebrating the post. They're celebrating the postal worker. I don't know if you can see that. That's pretty funny. I want to see what Donald Trump is saying. Oh man, this dude is still going in. Wait. Oh, okay. At first I thought that said 700 million legal votes, and I was like, bro, are you serious? I love that Twitter's like doing these things. This claim is disputed. The observers were not allowed into the counting rooms. I won the election, got 71 million legal votes. Bad things happened which our observers were not allowed to see. Never happened before. Millions of mail-in ballots were sent to people who never asked for them. Excuse me. Well, if they suspend him, they probably will wait until after he's not the president anymore. Keep in mind, he's still the president until January. He never replies to people, does he? Did he tweet anything from the POTUS? The POTUS account? Nah, not recently. Yeah, it's going to be great to not have a child as the president anymore, at the very least. It's so, like, I don't know. It's like I wonder, are they going to like teach our kids about Donald Trump? Are they going to talk about just how wacky an administration this was, and just how shitty a person he was, how immature he was in every single way, how he never told the truth? Do you think Harris will be a powerful VP like Dick Cheney was to Bush? I feel like Biden is a puppet and she'll be running the show. Would love to know your opinion. I don't know. I don't know if I feel like Biden is a puppet, but I do think that Harris is. I don't think Harris is gonna be like he's not gonna be like she's not gonna be like Pence. She's not just gonna be like standing there nodding at everything the president says and just sort of like just be sort of like a yes woman, I guess you would say. Oh, what up, Wes? But I don't know. I think Joe Biden really wants to be the president. I think I, I think he has wanted this for so long and he finally got it. I think he's going to be happy to be the president. But Kamala Harris doesn't strike me as a person who's just going to sit back and not try to like get anything done on her own. That she doesn't strike me as that kind of person. I'm just interested to see what's going to happen with conservatives and Republicans over the years. Like, are they going to keep this sort of fervor, this sort of anti everybody fervor? Or are they going to, because one thing that I've always said about Republicans is they're really good at sticking with their person. Like whoever it is, they're like, okay, that's the guy. But with Trump, it's different. It became a religion for a lot of people. And I don't know if that religion ends even if Trump isn't the president. And are they going to keep voting for people similar to Trump? Like in Alabama, they just voted for, I don't know how much you guys know about this, but we just voted. We had a Democratic senator that just got replaced by a Republican senator named Tommy Tuberville, who, as far as I know, has no political experience. He is a former football coach, which is the most Alabama thing ever, is to vote a football coach into the Senate. But literally his entire platform was, I'm basically the same as Trump. And I'll do whatever Trump likes. That was his whole platform, and he won based off that. And so I wonder if Republicans are going to keep electing people like that, even after Trump is gone. Tommy Tuberville. What a name, too. But like, yeah, I wonder what they're gonna teach this kid. Like, sometimes it's a little melodramatic when Van Jones goes on TV and starts crying and shit. But a lot of the stuff he says is true, where he's like, when you have someone like Trump as a president, how do you tell your kids, like, you know, don't be a bully, don't be an asshole, when the president gets to be an asshole and everyone seems to be okay with it? Especially if you are a Trump supporter. How do you tell your children, tell the truth, be honest, don't be a dick to people, when you support a guy who does that every day? So I don't know. We have to change the norm. We have to make it so that that's not okay. And the thing about Trump is he had 4 years. Like, we could have argued, okay, he's just doing this up for the campaign. He wants to get people riled up. But once he gets in the office, he's going to start taking it seriously. Didn't do it. 4 years went by, scandal after scandal, nonsense after nonsense. It just did not stop. It was a machine gun of corruption and scandals and racism and being a shitty person, it literally didn't stop, nonstop, until like literally we're at the end of it and it still hasn't stopped. He still can't even concede that he lost the election. It's like, man. How am I feeling about it? I think it's a good day. I think it's a good outcome, and I think that I think it's okay to celebrate it. I don't think that Joe Biden, for me at least, wasn't my ideal candidate, but I will take Joe Biden, to be honest. I think Joe Biden has been pushed left on a lot of issues. He is much more progressive than Hillary Clinton was. He's more progressive than some of the other Democratic candidate was. Obviously, I would have preferred a more of a Bernie or a Warren type person, but I think it is good. I think it's a good outcome. I think it's fine if you're the type of person where it's like, I'm not a Biden person, but Trump's got to go. I feel that. But I also think that Biden, it could have been worse than Biden. It definitely could have been worse. And it not only just Biden, it could have been worse than Biden and Kamala. As I was saying earlier, I mean, a lot of you probably weren't here, but I think the Kamala pick was brilliant. I think picking Kamala Harris as VP probably helped him win for sure. And again, Kamala's not perfect either, but we could have had worse, is what I'm saying. We could have had like a Buttigieg Klobuchar presidency or something, which is like, which we would have taken over Trump 100%. I think we all probably would have. Would they have beaten Trump? I don't know, but I don't think that Biden is bad. That's the thing. I think he's not ideal. But I don't know. I'm not a fucking radical communist like some of y'all are. So maybe what you think is bad is different than what I think is bad. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about Bloomberg. Can you imagine? We could have had Bloomberg, y'all. Come on. Bloomberg is a failed Trump clone. Oh yeah, I should turn the music back on. There's a lot of leftists grating my nerves arguing hypotheticals about Bernie. You just need to take the win and keep pushing towards your ideals. Progress doesn't stop with this election. Yeah, I mean, I think there are a lot of people that just kind of want to watch everything burn without actually contributing. And at some point, we just have to ignore those people. I can't even imagine 4 more years of Trump. I mean, I can't imagine like how the world, or how the world would react to that. It would be such a collective bummer if that happened. Why do we never have an ideal presidential candidate? It's always someone awful or not ideal. Because of the two-party system, which is actually this is sort of like theory. I don't know if it's like considered fact. A lot of people disagree, but it's sort of a outcome of the sort of winner takes all style of voting. Because of that style of voting, people don't want to waste their votes. So instead of voting for a person that they actually like, they vote strategically and they vote for someone who is likely to win. And because of that, that vastly narrows down the amount of viable candidates, and it results in a two-party system. And in a two-party system, it is almost impossible to have an ideal candidate. And we saw this even in our system. We saw an example of this. It is arguable, even likely, that a lot of people who favored Bernie Sanders over Biden voted for Biden because they thought that he was a more viable candidate. Yeah, CGP Grey has several videos about this, which I think make a great argument. They just need to turn it into a Halo 1v1. I think we have to change the voting system. We have to get rid of first past the post, as they say, which is basically winner takes all. Ranked choice voting, I think, is the main. Someone mentioned it, but it's like the main idea people bring up as an alternative. So like, you could still vote strategically, but you would have more flexibility. So perhaps you could put Bernie Sanders as your number one and Joe Biden as your number two. And people, so more people would be less afraid to vote for a candidate that they like but they think is less viable. And that would just naturally make the playing field more diverse. Single transferable vote. Can you explain how that works? And it also results in, well, I don't know. I was going to say it results in more centrist candidates that don't lean one way or the other. But we've seen that the Republicans keep moving more and more right. So I don't think the same rules apply to every party. Different parties sort of operate differently. What music is playing? This is actually a copyright-free playlist created by the streamer Harris Heller. It's called Stream Beats. It's just a cool little service that he made for streamers. so they don't have to deal with copyright music. Like, I think he literally just hired a bunch of producers to make a bunch of music for him, and then he just released it for free. It's pretty dope, and I'm using it for now because I've had some issues with content ID and copyright warnings. But I am going to have some original music for the streams in the future. You rank ballots so you can vote for smaller parties, but then if they have no chance, it trickles down to the second preference and so on, so you can vote. Okay. Well, that's sort of similar to ranked choice. But yeah, I get it. Using the stream as my background while I build my first PC. Wish me luck. Good luck. I don't think it's that hard though. I've never done it, but I've watched people do it. Seems easy. I need to. I'm probably going to either upgrade my PC or build a new one soon. What do you hope to see from Kamala's role? Well, Kamala's a black woman, and I think that that influence and background has been sorely missing from the White House. And so I'm hoping that her experience as a black woman influences not only Joe Biden, but just the government as a whole to think about those people more, basically. And there are some things that I think now, like, I think there are some things that she had to sort of not really bring up as during the campaign, because she, you know, obviously it would be not a good look if she contradicted Joe Biden. But like, one of the big things is like fracking. Like, she was definitely against fracking until she became Joe Biden's pick, and then she all of a sudden was pro fracking. So things like that. You know, I think both Biden and Kamala have they've talked about like student loan forgiveness and things of that nature, so they can and Harris has also talked about specifically grants and things for like people of color who own businesses, things like that. Those are just ideas that Joe Biden himself has not specifically mentioned that Kamala Harris has. So I think that hopefully she can get some of those ideas on the table. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with Joe Biden's idea that he's the president of not just the Democrats, but I hope that he doesn't. I hope he understands that the Republicans are terrorists and you can't negotiate with terrorists. That's the thing. Like, I don't mind the president of the United States trying to do stuff to make people happy, even if they aren't in his party. I don't mind that. But when we're talking about the government itself, the Republican Party itself, I think the Republican Party itself is significantly further to the right than the American conservatives as a whole. And they're also just, I mean, they're just out of control. Like, they don't give a shit about any kind of decorum. And I hope he understands that, because it does not seem that Obama understood that. So he has to be better at dealing with that than Obama did, because Obama just kind of just laid down and let the Republicans walk all over him. And to be fair, he probably didn't understand how obstructive they were going to be, but Joe Biden knows this. He should know this. What are the odds that Bernie or Yang will be in the cabinet? I mean, do they want to be? I don't know. Like, I don't think you need to put people in the cabinet just because they're who they are. I think you need to put people in the cabinet who are skilled at the cabinet position that they are going to take. Do I think universal healthcare is on the table? It seems pretty clear that Biden is not for single-payer healthcare, but I think that it is a possibility that he could come up with a system such that everybody has access to healthcare, whether by making it affordable or by making it free. But he has made it pretty clear that he doesn't want Medicare for all or any other single-payer healthcare. So it may be universal, but it probably won't be free. But hopefully he can make it accessible and affordable. That would be a huge step forward. Because, I mean, I would say it's pretty accessible now. I mean, in some cases it isn't, but overall it's pretty accessible. But it's generally not affordable unless you make like a very specific amount of money, like $13,000 to $50,000 a year or something like that. And then if you make less, if you're like super poor, then it's like hard to get healthcare. Yang has been making a major play for the labor secretary position. I didn't even know that. I think one thing we're going to find out about Biden is how beholden he is to some of these large companies, especially like pharmaceutical companies and insurance companies. See if he has if he's going to like sort of bow down to them, because you have to stand up to them if you want to change healthcare. But you know, a lot of these people, and this is a big problem with a lot of these like major Democrats, is they have a lot of dealings in Wall Street and a lot of these corporations and stuff. So we'll see about that. Like even the public option would be an improvement to what we have. I don't know if Biden has spoken. I think he supports a public option. I'm not sure. But I don't think that he supports privatized healthcare. And to be honest, a lot of Americans, I don't think he supports single payer. I mean, a lot of Americans, I think, are confused about healthcare, and all they know is they like their doctor. They want to keep their doctor. They don't want everything to be confusing and change. They don't want their premiums to go up, things of that nature. So I think when Obama was trying to do his thing, that's what the Republicans took advantage of. You know, that was like a big thing where Obama promised people that they could keep their doctors, and in a lot of cases that wasn't true. But the reason it wasn't true is because the Republicans forced them to change the law so much. Yeah, like at this point, if a public option, I will take. I think that private, like my main opposition to healthcare is a moral opposition. I think it's morally reprehensible to make people pay for healthcare. I made a whole video about it. It's called "Healthcare is a Right." You should go watch it. But if he can do something that gets people healthcare, that gets everybody healthcare, that gets everybody access to healthcare, and to make it so that people don't go broke when they get sick, then I'll take it. That's fine. Just do it. Just fucking do it. Yeah, I don't like this idea of like, Joe Biden did this thing 20 years ago, and now we can never trust him again. Like, I just strongly disagree with that sort of argumentation. A, I go off what he says, and then B, you go off what he does. If what he does contradicts what he says, then yeah, sure, go in on him, criticize him, do what all you got to do. But give the man room to evolve and try to be better at the job. I mean, we've already seen Biden move more to the left. Like, if you compare, you know, the issues that he was talking about, even in what, 2004, 2008? So he's certainly shown the capability of evolving, even as an old man. I think that progressives just have to let the Democratic Party know that they need progressive support. If the Democratic Party, I think as of now, the Democratic Party has not needed progressives. But maybe Trump has shown them that they do. And maybe the fact that people like Ilhan Omar, AOC, like, they're unseating these moderate establishment Democrats, and if that keeps happening, maybe the Democratic Party will start to wake up and be like, hey, maybe these progressives are, you know, maybe they're actually a real thing, and maybe we need to think about it. I think if you want to find solutions that work for everyone, you have to start with freedom as a value. That includes public health care or private. Got to be as inclusive as possible, right? I mean, maybe. I don't know. That may be the only way to get conservatives on board. But like I said, my opposition to private health care is a moral one. But I think Biden's age/health is going to be a problem. I have no idea, and I think that it's weird that people speculate on that. Unless you're his doctor or someone close to him, you have no idea what you're talking about, and it's just, I don't think anyone should bring that up. Sometimes people in their late 70s are sickly and near death, and sometimes they're not. My grandma just celebrated her, I think, 83rd or 84th birthday, and she is going strong. She plays bingo every week. She's chilling. But yeah, to me that line of conversation is weird. It's like, possibly there's times where Joe Biden looked like his mind wasn't right, but then as of late it seems like he's been fine. Maybe he's just tired, who knows. I really hope that if he wasn't in good health, that he wouldn't have, you know, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do what he was doing. And keep in mind, while it is true that he will be the oldest president at 78 years old, you know who the second oldest president was and how old they were? It was Ronald Reagan at 77. It's not like this is unprecedented. There's never been a president in their late 70s. So I don't know. It's whatever. It like I said, it's possible. It's very possible, especially during the stress of the office. It could weigh on him, because almost in every case, like if you look at a president when they become the president and when after their first 4 years, they look like a beaten up person. It seems like a very stressful job. I would never want to do it. Even Donald Trump. Look at Donald Trump from fucking 2016. He looks different. He has more energy. Like, have you seen him speak lately? He has like no energy. Obama was looking like young and spry, and then afterwards he was like, okay, I mean, still a handsome dude, but looking kind of rough. You grayed up a lot there. Yeah, that's true. Trump did get COVID. You right. You right. I just say it's just it's a weird line of argument, because I feel like none of us really know what we're talking about. I mean, if you happen to be like a trained medical professional that can look at people and identify symptoms, then maybe. But most of us are just talking out of our ass. Do I have moderators selecting comments that show up on the video? No, but the chat that shows up on the video is top chat, which filters out comments. I don't really know exactly what they do. There's top chat and live chat. If you go to the chat if you're on the watch page, you can change it from top chat to live chat. Live chat shows all of the comments, but top chat filters out, and the ones that shows on the screen is top chat. I don't really know how to. I don't think I can change that. All right, Michael, thanks for checking out the stream. This is definitely the most, well, earlier I had like 220 people. That's definitely the most I've ever had in watching a stream. Donald Trump needs to lose the presidency every day, then I can get some viewers on this shit. But normally, for those that don't know, normally I stream every Monday and Friday. As for what time, it kind of depends, but the best way to keep up with that is to click the notification bell. But also, earlier how I said how Kamala was a good choice, I think part of the reason that Kamala was a good choice is because she's younger. So she brought like some youthful energy to the campaign. I'm very interested and excited to see what kind of influence Kamala is going to have. And of course, Kamala has a, you know, her background on certain things is not perfect, obviously, but she seems competent, and she seems like she gives a shit. And sometimes those are like the baseline things that you expect from people, even if you don't agree with what they're doing, or even if you don't agree like with their positions. Yeah, younger at 56, but she's like the youngest person involved in the race. And one of the youngest people, well, maybe not one of the, I was gonna say one of the youngest Democrats that ran, but there's there's like Buttigieg and Yang and I think some of the other people. How old is Tulsi Gabbard? I don't even know. All right, Leon, thanks for checking out the stream. Because the result in Pennsylvania surprised me. I mean, honestly, I think that Biden and Harris spent more energy trying to appeal to Pennsylvania than any other state. So the fact that it panned out for them, I guess that makes sense. Beyond that, I don't really know. Like, I don't follow individual state politics that much. What beer am I drinking? I'm drinking Natty Ice. It's just what I have. We drink cheap beer here. I live with my two brothers, and we kind of just, whenever there's, a case of beer or a bottle of liquor, it goes very quickly because we're three grown men, and we live our lives. So we tend to stay on the cheaper side. I think once I get my own place, I might splurge a little bit because I know it'll last a little longer. Yeah, I've got two brothers, and I have a sister, but my sister lives in Georgia with my dad. All right, Sentul, thanks for dropping by the stream. I'm just glad that the vote was fairly decisive. I know that a lot of it came down to the wire, but for one, like, hold on, let me look it up. I think it's like 4 million. A 4 million vote difference. Almost a 5 million vote difference. Let me do the exact math. Yeah, they're still counting in Georgia and North Carolina, and he might win Georgia. So he could end up with what, 304? 306? So Joe Biden, right now, according to Associated Press, has 74,952,908 votes, and Donald Trump has 70,649. 70 million. Why I keep saying 70,749,804. So that's a difference of 4,303,104 votes. That's a big discrepancy. And so if Donald Trump wins North Carolina, which he is probably going to, he'll have a total of 229 to Joe Biden's 306. Well, no. Donald Trump's going to win North Carolina and Alaska, which is also not done. But so Donald Trump will have, 229 plus 3, 232 to Joe Biden's 306. So it's just a decisive victory all across the board. You just got rocked, Donald Trump. You got rocked. What's up, Mariah? Alaska can't start counting absentee votes until next week. They're projecting Joe could go over 81 million. Oh yeah, California's only 66%. Imagine if people voted like this in every election. Not just presidential election, Senate elections, Congress elections, you know, referendums. This is why I think that America is a country that leans progressive. If not progressive, left of center. Because anytime there's a high vote turnout on anything, it always leans more to the left. And the Republicans know this. This is why they spend so much time using shit like gerrymandering, voter suppression, all this other nonsense. They know that high voter turnout is bad for them. Poor Alaska, their vote literally didn't count. Well, to be fair, most of our votes didn't count. That's the problem with the Electoral College. I live in Alabama. Literally doesn't matter. I will say though, this year more states mattered. We had our eye on more states than we normally do. It's usually like 2 or 3, but early in the race, we were looking at Florida, we were looking at Texas, we were looking at Virginia, we were looking at Maine. And then, you know, the ones that, you know, Ohio, Pennsylvania, we were looking at a lot more states than normal. After everything came in, it became all about Pennsylvania. And then Georgia was a surprise. No one thought that was even going to be a thing. Arizona is another one that just kind of popped up. This is something, I live in Alabama, and we always talk about, and I know that it's the common thing that, you know, this is a red state, this is where all the fucking rednecks live. But Alabama, we always go about 30 to 40% for the Democrat. Like Jefferson County, which is the most populated county, always goes blue. They always go hard blue. So I feel like Alabama, like, we need to not be so down on ourselves. We're not as bad as like fucking Utah or fucking Iowa or some shit. Wyoming. Fucking Wyoming went 70% for Trump. Idaho. So I think we're doing all right in Alabama, to be honest. And 30, like, let me see. I didn't know it was 38%. That's actually quite a bit more than Hillary got here. Yeah, definitely Montgomery County as well. I think there's just a lot more people in Jefferson County, so but yeah, actually there's like a line of blue counties that kind of go across southern Alabama. Actually, did y'all see that Twitter thread that talks about how there's a line of blue counties that literally it looks like it is literally like a paintbrush stroke throughout all of the red states, there's like a line of blue counties, and it apparently it reflects descendants of slaves like moving north, the Great Migration north. It's pretty cool. I have to find that Twitter thread. I don't know exactly how to find it right now, but just kind of look it up. It's pretty tight, pretty cool. But it is, I never even noticed that until someone pointed out this election. It literally looks like someone painted it. It's like a really like solid blue line. My dad's a statistician. He's been talking about that blue line for years. That's dope. Yeah, I didn't even know about it. Yeah, I mean, I agree with mandatory voting. The problem is in America, we put so many obstacles in place for people to vote. We close down polling locations. We require all these weird IDs. So in order for mandatory voting to work, voting also has to be easy. The blue line wasn't there last election. Is that true? I don't know if that's true. I'm still not sure why we can't vote online. I feel like if online is secure enough to like for me to like have my bank account on there, it should probably be secure enough for people to vote. I don't know the specifics about the blue line. It had something to do with the Great Migration North, but I'll have to look it up. I mean, I can try to find it. I don't know. I really don't know how to look for it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if the government was interested in keeping it secure, they probably could. I think that, I mean, I think if there was a vested interest in it, it could be done. I think that a lot of the, I don't know. I won't, I'm not an expert on it, so I won't speak on it. But I guess probably that would also require competency on the part of the voters themselves, which I think would probably be unreliable at large scale. You can tag me, I guess, in the thread, maybe, because I don't think you can't post links in the YouTube comments. Actually, I don't know if that would work. I don't think I have those notifications on. Or you can, I don't know. You can drop it in the Discord if you're a member of the Discord. Yeah, I think I just thought about that. User errors would definitely be a big thing, and there'd definitely be a lot of phishing and hacking on the user end. I think that if the government or if an organization wanted to make a secure server, they could do it, but that would also require security on the user end, and that would be probably impossible to ensure. So yeah, I mean you guys are right. My bad, I'm wrong. But I mean, just the fact, like what we did now, where the increased access to mail-in ballots, that is obviously a huge reason for the high voter turnout. The fact that people were able to go on their own time whenever they were ready, and the fact that they could mail them in, they didn't have to go in person. Like, I'm pretty lucky in that, based on where I live, like I've had several different polling locations, but they're always 2 minutes away. There's never a line, and it's easy. And also, I have a job where I can go in the middle of the day without it being too inconvenient. So it works for me, but those are the things that don't always work for people. Some people have to drive 30 minutes. Some people have to drive an hour or more to vote. That's ridiculous. Do you believe those votes were tampered with? See, I don't like that question, because you're asking people, do you believe something that there's no evidence for? Just watch your More Black Movies video. Your whole argument seemed counterproductive to your main goal. The outcome to your logic is the ghettoing of black films. I'm interested to what you think my main goal was. Automatic registration is obviously a thing that could happen as well. Inclusion of more black actors. So how do movies with more black actors, how is that contradictory to the goal of inclusion of more black actors? I mean, to be honest, I think that most people agree that voting should be easier, but the problem is Republicans do not want voting to be easier. So they have fought tooth and nail to make voting harder and harder. If there's a way that we can either get them to stop doing that or to convince people that that's bad, then I promise you voting will become much easier. It should just be movies. You're making it a race issue when it shouldn't be. So how are you? I think you're arguing two different things. You said that my main goal is the inclusion of more black actors. How is that? That sounds like a race issue. You're saying that I'm contradicting my main goal. How is that contradicting my main goal? Like there's a lot of different things that were said. Like you said, the ghettoization or something like that. I need to find YouTube. Like YouTube is it'll pause the music after a while. And I could use Spotify, but I'd have to pay for it. Otherwise there would be an ad every now and then. I need to find a solution for that. Maybe I can do, maybe it's on iTunes. So I think that's what I'm saying. That's why I asked you what you think my goal is. I think that you just have a different goal than I do, and you're trying to impart your goal onto me. I think I just have a different goal than you do. I don't have a problem with black movies. I think that most people are happy and proud of their heritage, and they like celebrating their culture and their community and their heritage. And so I don't have a problem with people doing that, whether it's in movies or anything else. If someone wants to make a movie about black people, that's fine, because black people like to make art about black people, and I think it's cool. Same thing if someone wants to make art about gay people, they want to make a movie about gay people, sure, do it, because people like their culture and they like to talk about it and like to make art about it. I don't think there's any problem with that. And it's also not a problem to identify the movie as a black movie, because it's a movie about black people. The movie Friday is a movie about black people. The movie Black Panther, it's a movie about black people. And it's okay to say that because it's true. No, I think it's a fair question to ask. You don't ignore people just because they say something that you don't necessarily agree with or understand. I think all movies are art. Just because art is different in different ways doesn't make it not art. The amount of creativity and artistry that goes into creating a movie, it's kind of ridiculous to not call it art. I love the MCU movies, so no one has to convince me whether they're good or not, or whether or not their art is kind of irrelevant to whether or not it's good. But I love the Marvel movies. Megan Rogers, thank you for the $1.99. Thank you for the support. I do think, though, going back to the thing about movies, I do think that there would be less, as I said in my video, if you haven't seen it, I just put out a video, you guys should watch it, but if movies were more inclusive and more diverse, there would probably be less incentive to make movies that celebrate these cultures, because they would already be celebrated. Like, if there weren't so many movies that stereotyped and disparaged black people or outright excluded them, there'll probably be no reason to make black movies. At least not some of the time, sure, but not as much as we do, because we wouldn't need to. But because that's the case, that's part of the reason why we make these movies, because we have stories to tell and no one else is telling them. The music in the background is some copyright-free music from the Twitch streamer Harris Heller. He just released a playlist of copyright-free music for streamers. It's pretty cool. It's called Stream Beats. If you are a streamer and you need some free copyright music, you can check it out. And I don't know why I'm plugging this. He's not sponsoring me. I just think it's really cool that he did it. How come you've disabled likes and dislikes on some of your more recent videos? I disabled likes and dislikes on all my videos. It's weird that that you say some of it. Anyway, likes and dislikes are disabled on all my videos because I think they're dumb. Basically, I think they're dumb. That's kind of the main idea. I feel like they are not useful in any way, and really their only use is to be abused. So I just disable them. I feel like they provide no value to me or to the people who watch the videos. I wrote a blog about it if you want to read it. I don't know, maybe we can read it. We'll read it together. How about that? You can still like it. It is incorrect to say that it's disabled. You can still like it. It's just hidden. But yeah, I disabled likes and dislikes maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, and pretty much every channel. Oh, you can still like and dislike the streams. You can still like and dislike the streams, but not the regular videos. Which I think it's just because I never looked at the settings. But for regular videos, it's hidden. All right, let's read it. I wrote a blog about it. Why disable ratings on my YouTube videos? I'll read it to you. I know I'm like covering it up, or I can just delete this, or I can get rid of this. Hold on. Why does it look like this? Hold on, let me let's do that. No. Okay, that's fine. Why disable ratings on my YouTube videos? A question/complaint I get rather frequently has to do with the fact that I hide the like/dislike bar in all of my YouTube videos. For some people, this has proven to be a source of confusion, if not frustration. I've talked about this before, but I've decided to write a blog about it just so I, as well as my viewers, can have something to direct people to when they ask why I do it. It's definitely a bit suspicious, I suppose. I know when I go to a channel and the likes and dislikes are hidden, I assume that there was some reason for that. Usually that their video has been heavily disliked and the uploader is trying to hide evidence of that. This might be a good theory for newer viewers, but if you stick around, you notice that I hide ratings on all of my videos. Not just ones that didn't get a good reception. By the way, the ratings aren't technically disabled. They're just hidden. You can still like and dislike, it just won't be displayed publicly. I was initially aspired to hide the ratings when I was a frequent target of video brigading by the fans of other bigger YouTubers who had made videos about me. Of course, these fans do not actually watch the video, the analytics confirm this. They just come to dislike it and leave a nasty comment because their favorite YouTubers essentially encourage them to. So that usually results in a video having a massive amount of dislikes. So the dislike button becomes a way for people who have been trained not to like you to come and essentially vandalize your channel. For several months, this happened very frequently and resulted in many of my videos being dislike bombed. This was back in like the SJW wars. Now, I don't mind negative feedback as it is actually useful. I have made videos that got a lot of dislikes naturally because my audience thought the video was bad or off base. It's true, it's happened. But this is not useful feedback. This is just vandalism. And I have to say, when every other video you make has a bunch of dislikes, it's not exactly encouraging. It kind of makes you not want to make videos. So I decided to take away the weapon these trolls were using. Nowadays, I don't get dogpiled that often, both because I have sort of opted out of the YouTube culture war and have done a decent job of staying off the radars of the usual suspects. However, I decided to still keep ratings hidden because I find it kind of pointless and usually misused in general. Most of the time, your video will get 99% likes because your subscribers like you and support you, so they're gonna auto-click like. And unless you're being brigaded, there is no real reason for anyone to click dislike. So most of the time, the like-dislike bar is either A, 99% likes because your audience clicked like anyway, or B, 90% dislikes because you're being dogpiled by some other person's audience. Sometimes you make a controversial video, and that could get you some dislikes as well. In this case, people use the dislike button as a disagree button, and I really hate that people do that. In my opinion, dislikes should be used for videos that are bad, poorly made, misleading, clickbait, or generating strong disgust. Things like that. Not used just because someone says something you disagree with. That sort of diminishes the whole function of clicking dislike. So yeah, I basically think the like-dislike bar is useless and kind of provides very little value to me as a creator and also to my viewers. Also, I'm interested in taking away a weapon that people use to vandalize your channel when they don't agree with you or when they've been told they shouldn't agree with you. Also, if I'm being honest, I find it very amusing how frustrating this is to people. People literally feel entitled to being able to click dislike on stuff. So that's another reason, I guess. So there you go. And then there's, spam in the comments as always. By the way, if you would like to still click like or dislike, you can still do it. It's just hidden. And in fact, it's fine if you do. YouTube actually likes it when you do that. And people still do it, to be honest. In fact, I think people still do it at the same rate. I don't think that hiding the like-dislike bar has made people less likely to click it. But when people do want to dislike you just out of hate, it does supremely frustrate them, and I find that kind of amusing. And yes, I can see the counts. And like I said, they're almost always 95 to 99% likes. So we're gonna stream for maybe about 20 more minutes. I haven't even realized it's been like 3.5 hours. I didn't even realize I'm streaming that long. But lively conversation, a lot of viewers. Definitely the most viewers I've ever had on the stream. But I appreciate y'all. Hopefully you will join me again. We do a lot of different things. I consider this a variety stream. Often I just sit and chill and basically do a sort of communicate with the chat like I'm doing today, but sometimes I do other things. Sometimes we read the news together. Sometimes we look at YouTube videos together. Sometimes I cook, or I did that once. I did a cooking stream. Sometimes I play video games. I did one stream where I went on Duolingo and practiced Spanish. So I do a lot of different activities. I feel like the stream, I do painting streams where I paint minis like this guy. I play D&D for those that don't know, so I have a lot of these little minis. This is an owlbear. I gotta paint this guy, so maybe that'll be one of the streams I do. I like to paint miniatures. I'm not super good at it, but I like to do it. So yeah, I think that the stream is like my main videos are mostly about politics, social issues, and things tangentially related to that. But I'm interested in other things, so I feel like the stream is a good way for people to learn about me as a person and learn about like my other interests. Although we can also talk about politics and stuff. Like we have today mostly talked about politics because of the election, and that's fine too. Sometimes we just want to talk about politics. And my stream is super chill, as you can see. So hopefully you're into that. It's, I'm a super calm and chill guy. We just relax. I'm not one of those streamers that's just screaming all the time. Maybe if I get real drunk, I might, but that rarely happens. The only time that's happened on stream was I did a stream on my birthday and I was drinking pretty heavily, and by the end of it I think I was screaming, but that's fine. That's rarely gonna happen. But like I said, normally I stream Mondays and Fridays. It is rare that I stream on Saturday like today. Talk about politics. Why did something happen? Yeah, I don't know, man. Should America expand its number of political parties, leave it at 2 major ones, or none at all? I mean, we should definitely have more than 2 political parties. The problem is, as long as we have the voting system that we have, it's always going to go back to 2 parties because people don't want to waste votes on third parties. People always want to vote for people they actually think are going to win. So we have to make it so that people don't feel like they're wasting their votes by voting for other parties. And we've talked about a couple of ways to do that. One of which is ranked choice voting, where basically you get to vote for more than one person and rank them. Maybe you could just have more than one vote in general that are weighted equally. I don't know how that would work. And then someone mentioned single transferable vote, where you it's similar to ranked choice voting, but your vote kind of gets moved down to the next person once it becomes clear that that person is not going to win. Yeah, I do see the likes and dislikes for sure. They're just hidden to the audience. James of the Voiceless Dragon, thank you for the £2. Thanks for your thoughtful and thought-provoking work. I appreciate the kind words. Thank you for the support. How old are you? Is YouTube your full-time job? Do you have any professions, income streams beyond content creation? How old am I? I'm 30. How old am I? I'm 35. I forgot my own age for a second. I'm 35 years old. Is YouTube your full-time job? Yes. Do I have any professions, income streams beyond content creation? No. Honestly, as a Canadian, I'm so relieved by the results, so tired of a president bullying his citizens in neighboring nations. I agree. I think most of us are tired of Trump, and I think that's why he lost the election. I mean, like, literally tired. We're exhausted. 35. Oh man, the knees are the first to go. I feel like I've been having back issues more than anything else. Although, by how often I'm sitting at my computer, I wouldn't be surprised if my legs just begin to atrophy. Yeah, I was like, am I 34 or 35? Holy shit. How do you get into YouTube? How do you get into YouTube? You just do it. There seems like a lot involved in managing a channel. Well, when you do it for a living, there's definitely a lot. I really don't know how to pronounce that. It looks like Joao, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's not pronounced that way. Anyway, thank you for the 50 Swedish krona. That's what that is, right? Thanks for your videos and the election post-mortem chill streams. Stay strong. I appreciate it. Stretch your hamstrings, help release the lower back. I will definitely do that. I think that my I don't know, like I feel like my feet might be swelling up a little bit from sitting down so much. But I'm trying to be more active. I have like an exercise bike that I try to use couple times a week. I haven't used it in the last couple weeks though, so I need to get back on it. But yeah, in terms of like managing a channel, if you do it like if you intend to do it like as a job or as a serious hobby, it is a lot of work. Because I mean, and it also depends on how ambitious your videos are, what you're doing. But yeah, you have to produce. Like some people have to write, some people have to research. I certainly do have to research and have to write. And I have to produce. I have to film the video, to edit the video, and then all the stuff that goes with uploading. So there's a lot of stuff involved. And once you get to a certain point where if you want to like make it a like sustainable career, it's just too much work for one person, and you have to start getting help. And if you make enough money, you have to actually start hiring people. Like it gets pretty fucking annoying. But I mean, this is the best job of all time. So if I ever seem like I'm complaining, you can slap me in the face, because I'm very, 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 very lucky to be able to do this and actually have it be my only job. It's pretty wild that that's even a thing. What do I think about Andrew Yang? I don't know, he seems cool. Like I was saying before about Kamala Harris, sometimes there's people I don't agree with on everything, but they seem competent and they seem like they give a shit. And to me, like if you have those two things, you're like already halfway for me. And Andrew Yang seems like he's competent. Seems like he gives a shit. There's certain things I don't agree with. I think he cares too much about business and things of that nature. He seems like he cares more about business owners than he cares about workers and consumers. And that's the only thing that I'm kind of suspicious of. And I also, the idea, like, he came up with this UBI thing, and I think UBI can work, but if UBI works, it has to be way more than $1,000. When you say $1,000, it sounds like you're just trying to give people more money to give to business. Yeah, I've gotten some editing work. Yeah, $1,000 is basically a tax refund. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. And the problem is a lot of people get mad when you say that, and I think it's because poor people don't understand. Like, I don't want to come off as like being bigoted against poor people, but as a former poor person who, you know, could just overnight become poor again if I don't play my cards right. A lot of poor people don't understand. A lot of poor people think that all they need is just a little bit more money and then they're fine. But no, you need a living wage. You need more than $1,000 a month. $1,000 a month is not going to change your life. When you're poor, you think it might change your life, but I promise you it won't. It won't. You'll be a little more comfortable, but it will not significantly change your life in any meaningful way. You need way more money than that. And you should demand way more money than that. MS Quar, thank you for the 5. Glad you're doing something you love, man. Keep it up. We're all enjoying it. How do you feel about UBI? Speaking of Yang, well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about right now. I personally am not. That's not like that wouldn't be my number one choice is UBI. I don't like the idea of just giving people a check. I would rather you just give people the stuff. So what I'm worried about is people's needs being covered. I don't think people should go hungry because they can't afford it. I don't think people should be out on the street because they can't afford shelter. I don't think people should go bankrupt or die because they can't afford healthcare. Things of that nature. And in my opinion, instead of just giving them money, just give them the food, give them the shelter, give them the healthcare. Just give it to them. Make it free. Like that's how I would do it. Because if you give people money, there's always the chance that they're going to buy some bullshit because, I mean, I don't want to say it like that. But the problem is when you're poor, you get used to being poor. Kevin Trumbull, thank you for the 5. Nothing but respect. I appreciate it. Yes, exactly, Impatient 8. That's what I was going to say. When you're used to being poor, you can't conceive, oh, maybe I should take this $1,000 and put it in the bank or whatever. That's never going to compute to you because it's like, oh, there's some extra money. I'm going to have some fun in my life because I never get to because I'm poor. And I don't blame you. And that's what I fear if you just start giving people checks. Just give people stuff so then whenever they do have some extra money, they don't have to. When they do, you know, want to spend it on something nice for themselves, it doesn't have to be a sacrifice. They don't have to like sacrifice the next month's rent because of it, you know, stuff like that. I don't know if I explained that properly, but I think you kind of get what I mean. But again, I'm the type of person where if not that Biden would ever do that, I don't think, but if Biden or somebody propose, hey, let's give everybody a $3,000 UBI, I'm not gonna be like, no. I'm not gonna be like, let's not do that, Joe Biden. Let's keep doing what we're doing now. Even though it's not my first choice, if there's something that could actually help people, I'm all for it. Even if it's not my idea or my first choice. But isn't that how food stamps work? Absolutely. And I think food stamps are great. I think everyone should get food stamps, essentially. Would you support an economic system where necessities were free and people worked for added luxury incentives? Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I want. That's exactly what I advocate for. I think basic necessities should be free to an extent. Like, if you specifically want a fucking rare cheese from France, maybe you should pay for that. Maybe that shouldn't be free, But if you just need cheese to make sandwiches for your kids, yeah, that should be free, Healthcare, basic necessity, it should be free. Everyone should get healthcare. It should be free. Shelter should be free. If you want a mansion in Beverly Hills, yeah, maybe you should pay for that. But just like a place to sleep, to where you won't fucking, have to like sleep in the rain in the alcove of a building. Yeah, give it to people. Is the internet a necessity? I think you can make an argument for yes. And this is another thing. And listen, I'm not an expert. There's a lot of arguments for certain things, like plumbing, electricity. Are those necessities? Probably, but who knows? I'd be willing to hear the debate. Internet is another thing. Public utilities, it's like, are those necessities? I think they probably are. And by the way, a lot of these things already exist. There's certain cities have citywide Wi-Fi. As long as you're in the city and you just kind of sign up for a thing. Sometimes it's tied to like, I think it's tied to maybe like your to maybe something else that you pay for. But I think there are certain cities where there's just free Wi-Fi in the whole city. Just as long as you're in the city limits, you have free Wi-Fi. Stuff like that, So yeah, and then everything else beyond that. And that's why, like, I sort of favor a mixed economy, because once your basic necessities are taken care of, then I feel like if you want to go out there and fucking invent something, or just work and make a bunch of money and buy shit and do whatever you want, I think you should be able to. Or if you just want to chill and chill in your fucking government provided home and eat your government provided food and just chill and live a happy life, which you deserve to do because you're a person, I think that's fine too. I think that's one of the big problems in America. We see someone like that and we think that they're like a moocher, some lazy bum who's just mooching off the world. But I feel like just by virtue of being a person, you deserve to just be happy. You don't have to go fucking work for somebody just to be allowed to be happy. That's so dumb to me. But that's sort of my utopia, I guess. And I don't even think it's that much of a utopia. Like, we've already got minimalized versions of a lot of those things. We just need to upgrade it. And yeah, that's gonna necessarily result in a transfer of wealth and power from the richest people. But sorry, like, it's hard for me to care when there's people like dying on the streets, especially because I think you can still be rich. You're just not gonna be a fucking multi-billionaire. Like, why? Why do you need to be a billionaire? What's the point? What does that do? And there's, you know, that's sort of my thing. There's many ways to tackle the issue of poverty. I think giving people basic necessities for free is the way that I would do it, or at least the way I would try to do it. Maybe it wouldn't work out the way I think. I don't know. I'm not an expert, but that's just what makes sense in my head. But there's also UBI. We could try that. There's also just increasing wages. Increase the minimum wage. Make the minimum wage a living wage. We could try that. If anybody proposed any of those things, I would be like, let's fucking do it, dude. This is the thing. Like, we're not living in a theoretical vacuum. We're living in the real world where there's real people out here trying to survive. And when we have an opportunity to take a step forward, we gotta take it. I feel like we have to take it. And that's why I think that Joe Biden winning is a good thing, and it's a little bit annoying when people are framing it like it's not a good thing. This is undoubtedly a step forward, and we need to be happy with that. It's not the only step forward. We have to keep moving forward, but when we get that opportunity to step forward, we got to do it. Yeah, I that's what I think, Andrew. I mean, like, there's definitely a big difference between $1 billion and, say, $100 million. It is a huge difference in the amount of money, but there, in the grand scheme of things, you're gonna be fine. I promise you. And even $100 million is probably too much, but like, it just seems unlikely for, you know, like a CEO of a huge company to be a billionaire if also the lowest level employees at that company are also getting paid a respectable wage. Just seems unlikely that that's possible. Especially for certain companies like Walmart or like McDonald's or something. Like, the executives at McDonald's, they have like $20 million salaries, while the people on the ground who literally keep those stores afloat are making, you know, $8, $9, $10 an hour. It's absurd. I don't understand how anyone allowed that to happen. Like, I'm okay. Like, I'm okay with the boss making more than the worker, but the worker still has to be treated with dignity, and still gets to be happy and to live a life that, you know, allows them to be safe and healthy. How are you going to get someone to do horrible jobs no one wants? I do think that automation will deal with a lot of that. But the thing is, a lot of jobs require you to have... I mean, there's this idea of, oh, I need you to have experience. But some jobs do require experience, and some jobs do require expertise. And not everybody's going to have that expertise. Like, I could be like, yo, engineers make a lot of money. I'm going to go be an engineer. I can't be an engineer because I have no idea how to be an engineer. So if I wanted a job right now, I have to do one of those jobs that no one wants, which I think the reason that no one wants them is because we devalue them because they're done by poor people. I think that that's at least 75% of the reason that no one wants them, because they don't make any money and we just devalue them and our culture treats them like they're shitty jobs because they're done by poor people. Like, I don't know, like, what's an example of one of those jobs? Working at a fast food restaurant? There's no reason why that should be a shitty job. The only reason it's shitty is because they don't make any money. I mean, it's stressful for sure, but like, for example, I knew a dude that worked at that I think KFC, I think it was a chicken place, and he was a cook. He didn't make a lot of money, but he felt very good about his job. Like, he the way he saw it was he was feeding his community, and he felt very good about it. There's no reason that you can't have dignity in a job like that. Even, yeah, the garbage man, that is an extremely helpful service to the community. There's no reason that it should be a job that no one wants to do. The only reason that we do that is because we associate it with a lower class of people, and once that association is gone, I think that stigma might go away. Yeah, and often people of color. I didn't bring that up, but often these jobs are also done by people of color. And I don't want to accuse, the person who said that of that, but I think that is part of it. But I feel like most of these jobs are perfectly decent jobs, and you often find people who find value and find meaning in those jobs, even though they are devalued. But honestly, like, this has been a very lively conversation, but I do have to go. I would love to stay here, but I got some things to do this evening. But I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. It's been a lot of people showed up today, so thanks for coming to the stream. Thanks for all the super chats. Like I said, I think that today's a good day. It's okay to be happy that a fascist is not the president anymore. If anyone makes you feel like it's not okay to celebrate, I think you can tell them to fuck right off, because I think it's a good day. Even if Biden wasn't your first choice, I think it's fine. But there's still work to be done. Keep being diligent. If you are one of the people who protest, keep doing that. Don't stop. Keep sharing content that you like, and keep making content if you do that. Like I said, I generally stream Mondays and Fridays, so make sure you check me out on those days. The easiest way is to just click the notification bell if you want to. I have a Discord community. Come check us out. That's another. I'm somewhat active there. I'm pretty active there, so that's another good way to talk to me if you want to, like, ask more questions or anything of that nature. Other than that, you can check the description below the stream for all of my links and social media and things of that nature. I will if you guys want to stay in the chat and talk for a little bit more, I can leave it up for a little while, but I am going to leave. I'm trying to think, is there anything else I want to say? Also, I just released a video. If you haven't watched yet, I released a video yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. It is called "Why We Need Black Movies and Other Discussions About Race." In the video, I respond to a couple of voicemails about race questions. But yeah, thank you all. You guys are great. Thanks for all the support, and I will see you hopefully on Monday. Bye.